Test, hello? Okay, we're good. Welcome to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. This is a game that I wanted to play on launch day, but with everything that was going on, I just wasn't able to. But, today is a good day as any, May 17th. So this is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and I feel like the less said about this game before we go in, the better. Uh, we'll do no subtitles. I always feel like in a game like this where the writing is really clever, the subtitles kind of give it away. You want to hear the delivery and not see the delivery before it happens. So we'll do no subtitles. Have I played the Stanley Parable before? Yes. The computer is barely visible. But I also gotta look at stream. See, that looks like barely visible to me. It's also on the stream. I don't know. But I kinda barely visible. I'll do like. I'll do that, I think. I don't know. Barely is a subjective word. Let's enter the current time. It's currently 6. Uh, 6. I'll enter it when. I like to have it be kind of like exact, so I'll enter it like I'll do confirm as soon as it hits 6:45. 4, 9, confirm. Okay. Menu. Okay. All right. This is a game. I'll explain a little bit later. I mean, already off the bat, you can see something weird going on with the computer there. We just did settings, so we won't do that again. Let's just begin the game, and I will shut up while this happens.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, so there's your story. I can now play. This is my office here. I'm employee 427. This actually released on April 27th, which is 427, which is pretty funny. So I got my computer here. This room, we can check the time. It is... 428, 429. I always just loved the setting in
All of his
this.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I hate Mondays.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, it's true. What we got here? Windows and stuff. Turn that off. Can we open any of these doors? Nope. These are all employee desks too. We're lucky enough to have our own office here. You know, these are just like the chumps in the shared office. Papers all over the floor. This place is dirty. Kind of looks like the back rooms, honestly, but this predates the back rooms, I think. I always loved trying to like peek into all these like rooms to see what was in there. If I could see anything weird. So this is a game I have played before, but fear not, because there is new content in this game, and I've been avoiding spoilers like the plague. Oh yeah, the classic mug. It says fuel on it. Be my Valentine. Surname access. I'll turn that off. 4B6. This is... Hey! Who's playing solitaire? What are you doing in there? What? Is that, No, that wouldn't be accurate to my time. 417. Construction going on in there. Six. No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And here's where the game gets interesting. Because what if I didn't? It's telling me to. But what's stopping me from going through the right door? I go through the left door, but the right. It said go to the. It said I went to the left, as in it's predetermined. But the right door is right there. We'll be getting to all that later. I think for my first run, I'm gonna do the left door. Homestuck. Are they packing up? Are they leaving? Or are they moving in? Office work is like a rotating door. This door's not even... Yeah. 11...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
It's blue now. That's my surprise attack. What's all this say? Push for funding for R+D of new coffee machine, research and development. Standardized graphs, 40 times wide, not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Synergize papers. No. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the target to the topic of something. Oh god, that's like a weird blur effect. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items while not right next day's agenda. Refleet. Meeting room floor. 4XX group. Weekly targets admin. Marketing Mondays. 5-1's private time. Group 40X. Group 45X. This box is too small. Termination Tuesdays. Oh no. Alright, it's maybe supposed to go like this. Oh no, it's not. Because this is times. Office legal. Group 41X, Group 46X. IT department. We're broke Wednesdays. Financial panic meeting. Boss's inspection. Group 42X, Group 47X. 8 minus bird. Mergers. Ideas plus development. Group 43X, Group 48X. Preview of weekly review. Weekly review. Pranking floor 5 meeting. What to do about 432. Don't tell 432 about the meeting. 44X, Group 49X, office party. Yay. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Mr. Beef's friends. Group cabal planning. Let's see. The boss appreciation minute. Open your boss appreciation minute worksheet. Create circle of 20 things you love about your boss. Fill out and triple it and return to your boss application specialist. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined toward conflict with conflict, why do we hire you? Remember that it takes two people to start a fight, and right now you're something, one of your dreams of the future. Success, transcend, playing life, football, lunch, travel, comatose, pollution, a boat, mitosis, talk radio, clear skin, hope, spring break, metamorphosis. Differs for not getting fired. Talk less, do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Good advice. Someone disputed with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it up passive aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employment that everything is okay. Make sure your slide is a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Oh, there's my dog. Number of slides on the slide, charts, and slides. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts, please, I'm begging. Stop. And we're back. What do people want? Things. Happy feelings. Violet James, you are fired. Money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. One directory, facts. Stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segment, stripes requires more secondary research. What is hot? Profits. Target demographic, teenagers. Be quarterly or bi-quarterly post review. We need more / less reviews, just less reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule, but I think that's a stupid idea. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic big net. Some sort of child trap. Teenagers. Size of demographic, space between the teenagers, a lot of percent. Throw something in the idea bin. No more bins / trash cans. Renaming of the ideas bin. Firing of me, ideas bin. So much there's so much in this game. There's so much everywhere. So much detail. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market per ad. Monetize free to play. Quarterly pie chart profits. Blah, blah, blah. What's that? Help, I'm a post-it. I'm sorry. Alright, let's get back to the story. Broom closet. Wasn't there someone trapped in here?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I don't know who that guy is, but he's toast. What's this? Broom closet? Something?
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board.
Thanks.
I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Broom closet?
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Okay. Let's move on for real. Nothing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Upstairs. Okay. These are really high ceilings. Oh, it just goes up to here. I mean, still, that's pretty high. It's really high. Executive bathroom? Oh. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Extreme bathrooms. Time. Ooh, grimy. Oh, reception. The beige pages. Hmm. Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
8. Creepy.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Ugh. Alright. We're in a strange, mysterious place.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
If you can't understand by now what's going on with this game, then I don't know how to explain it to you. There are so many choices and branching paths and everything, it's a lot of fun. There's so many things you can choose and so many different ways to do things. But, are you really the one making the choice? If it's chosen for you, even if you're going against the choice they want you to make, it's still a choice they're allowing you to make.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I hate Mondays. Who's down here working? I hate Mondays.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place
office?
where freedom meant nothing.
427. Let's see. That's my office. That's it right there. Whoa, what's going on there? Some green glowing goo. Ooh, that one's weird. 234? Look at all these rooms. Fired? Oh no.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
We're gonna do it.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
So, we beat the game. That is the story that is presented in the Stanley Parable, beginning to end. What do you think? Short, simple, sweet. But as you may have seen, that's not everything this game offers. There are ways to go that they tell you not to go, you know?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. Maybe so. The meeting room
When
is left,
Stanley
right?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What if I didn't?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe. There's all sorts of different offices here. You can look into them. Ooh. 4B9. 4B9, 4B9, 4B9.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Coffee nut? That's me. So today I have water. Oh, there's the fuel mug.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I think it's worth it.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
No, it's not true. Number one dad?
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Is there more? Any more? Maybe the game's trying to send me a message.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
What if I didn't?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Look at this place. This is cool. I love this kind of setting, honestly. People say they find the back rooms creepy and stuff, but I love that kind of setting. I'd love to just explore a place like that. Do not jump from the cargo lift when it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty of misuse of cargo lift, 1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, 5,000. So, you die, but then you pay $5,000. Ooh. Well, there's a way out down there. To the outside.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Danger. Danger everywhere. Where am I now? 2B1? Oh, 2B1.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Darn it.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I think it's you who misunderstood.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Huh.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yeah.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Yes.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay. Huh? How do you get the time? I haven't been playing for 7 hours? Are you nuts? I see.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
I
Let me
don't know, I'm
boot it
kind of
up.
busy. Okay, if you insist.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh. With a game like this, with all due respect, narrator, the only winning move is not to play.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve
Your
the
game
experience for me.
sucks.
I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing.
Stop
Your
making
input was
games.
extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What do you got for me?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
What?
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay. Is this Firewatch? So that's the other person then. I watched Stephen Amell play this. But it's been a long time. Conveniently placed propane tanks. Propane, propane. Propane, propane. Propane, propane. Propane, propane. What's that down there?
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What? What?
It is. It's an open world game. Good
Yeah?
God, quickly, block it off.
No! No!
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You could just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now,
It's a
Stanley.
crack.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's
I'm
find
gonna
another
get
game.
out of here myself.
Preferably something with walls.
No.
Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Come on, please. I want to leave.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
No, I want to stay.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
What team am I on? Yeah.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better
What?
than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought.
In there.
And I realize I'm... Hold on.
Uh-oh.
What are you doing?
Oh, God.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Okay. This is new, by the way. Ever since it got to Firewatch, it's been new. It used to be Minecraft. Oh God. I can't even see where I'm going. This way, maybe? What? Oh. I'm home. Um. Hmm. Well, okay, I guess so.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
And we're back. Alright, another day, another dollar.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. Tempting.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But we've got more to do here yet. Do a little.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
What, nothing? No, another? Nothing? You know, fun.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah. Still looking not the same in here. Oh. Oh no! Business strategy? Oh. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Alright, what is this?
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I want to have fun. Let me have some fun. At once. Come on. What's in this corner here? Ain't nothing in that corner. I'm sick. Not being in control.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I gotta do it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I have the power? Power.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In
What?
the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Okay.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
There.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Okay.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
Come on.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
Oh
I'll
my
tell
God.
you exactly what happened.
No!
I erased them.
What?
I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
What?
Other
4?
times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside,
Yellow.
or I let it burn to a crisp.
Yellow 4.
I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Okay.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Disabled.
But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Oh my God, okay.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time
Okay, wait.
doesn't grow on trees.
1, 2.
Oh, dear me. What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where
3.
you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
3.
Did
I
you
don't know.
just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it on?
Yes, 5.
Look at you.
3.
Running from
3.
button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
3.
These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
5. Where's 5? Stop laughing.
You're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That
5?
timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge.
Bud.
It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Come on, no.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley.
47.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending.
Please.
You being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life?
Okay,
Or will you let it go peacefully?
Okay.
Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same.
We can do your ending. We can do your ending.
And believe me,
We can do it. We can do it.
Second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I
Off!
say
Off!
happily ever
Off!
after.
Off! You know what? No.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
I tell you, man, this game thinks of everything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So I have myself a little checklist of endings that I made up, endings that I could remember. I might have forgotten some, but I tried to remember everything that I could. So I'm kind of like ticking them off as I go here. New content, I don't know what that is, but I'm going to wait on that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe I did.
Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room.
That's right.
Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yep.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall
I
personality.
do like this room, though.
It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Alright, fine.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Who?
Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Yeah, there's 432's desk. Is that the one that got moved? She's been waiting. Who's been waiting? Been waiting for this moment all my life.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
No.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
God dang it.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
What? Well, I don't want to.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
God dang it.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
No, I haven't.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
TV? Watch TV?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
No.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Dinner?
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
My kids.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I love
But
you.
there is no answer.
Ooh.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
This frickin' game, man. I just want to be happy.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
That's new. The end is never the end is never the end. But all the computers have it. This one didn't. Winning input. What input? Input received. One input. Wait, what did that do? Not yet. Not yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
No, please. I want to go in.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
How about I don't? There. Someone sleeping under here? It's good advice if you're ever have to sleep out on the street. Put like some cardboard down or something, because
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled.
Yeah.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying. and began to gently float above the ground.
Whoa!
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Oh no.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago?
Yeah.
How else would the voice explain all that?
Yeah.
This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please,
No!
someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
I feel so bad. Why is this happening to me?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes? Input. Input received. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
Darker? What is it about this room?
Yes, really worth it being here in the room.
Okay, well.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not yet.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
up.
wasn't fired years ago.
Shut up! This is a big room. How are you supposed to get all that down? Can forklifts go that high? I guess this thing maybe. Well, that only goes across. How'd you get up there? Trucks can't. If I get down there, I could go with slot gate B. There's no safe way down. There's a vent there. See that vent? Okay, this is actually new. This is not something I've seen before. I feel like that's about to drop. What's that? Is that Tara? Where am I?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
Shut up.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
What?
a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet
Well,
that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each
Yeah.
and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It
was
must
hoping
be
it
so
would shut him
simple
up.
to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
what? What is all
Now
this?
I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I'm sorry.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Mr. Memo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Exactly.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness.
Yep.
Then the feeling went away,
What?
and he felt sad again.
No.
Then it came back,
Yeah.
and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Tingle.
Yes, really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah, not yet.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I'll go back.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it. Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
Ah, shut up! I don't wanna... surprised I found that. That's so inconspicuous. If I were to try to... Oop. And then maybe I could... just... I hope these boxes aren't filled with nails!
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I like work, I just hate my boss. Mile?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where's the awaiting input? Where is it? I know it's gonna be here. But where? Where? Oh, rats. I missed it.
When Stanley came to a
He
set
went
of
to the
two
right.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room?
Yes.
I mean, truly, truly, deeply,
Yes.
madly love.
Yes. He can. And he does.
Yes. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh man. So many different options.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm trying to look for like the input. I don't see it. Just want to make sure I don't miss it, but I guess...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let me in! Why? Why did you lock me out?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
See that? Fine. I'll move along. Whatever. Certain endings, I'm trying to think of like how you get again. I can't really.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope, still on board with death.
Okay. Certain text I feel like
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Lower. Yeah.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell,
Oh God.
Stanley.
Oh God. Oh!
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
What? Who's that?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Whoa.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I don't see that. Well, maybe I do. It's a weird sort of game. It makes you think about video games and real life, too. Nature paintings. It's quite nice. This is a map of this layout. The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout the development. Through the core layer, but the core layer remains almost identical to the first iteration. So we started there. Did some inputs here, there. Oh, we get to the doors. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. The two doors. The set of the two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinets. But they're empty. Stanley's computer? Huh? The office? 1, 2, 3. Hey, who spilled their fuel? That's rude. Computers. Installing Chart Pro. Solitaire. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Some credits for you. Which way do I go? This way? An early version of the maintenance room. I think we've yet to see that, but... The office. Do. Warzone, what? Hey, yo! Yo! This is sick! Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens, the action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game, plus some people were interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Deluxe. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement of the game's delay. Money. Fun. After the second trailer, we set out We asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of these emails. I appreciate this previously Stanley game as a work of art and standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art, which is why I'm eager to see a sequel for full standalone because it's really good ability to go shopping. I hope it will have some fine selection of desert boots. How do you make a JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What is the difference between a duck? A duck and what? What? How is the game going? I hope it's as good or better than the first one. From a cool man. Are you a rock? Tell me what the significance of the number 1112800 is. I want to know is what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? I think we know what they do, so we've done it ourselves. What's Stanley's last name? Good question. The lounge, an early version of the lounge. Ah, immaculate. Beautiful. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted to look more like a place where cargo is actually stored. Oh yeah. Oh, that was weird. Look at the way it moves if I turn. It was like back here. Yeah. Whoa. Oh. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path over after the early version would have said it. We also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. The game's now paused. Begin the game again. Resume the game options. For a long time we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this is what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Oh. Sorry, I just sneezed. Zending levers. These levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. But I can't pull them myself. Screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Okay. I'm lost. This place is big. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator, informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. What's this way? Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with the freedom above and count down below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the two endings together instead. Okay. Television of the countdown room. It's interesting, all this stuff that we've, as of right now, seen. For a time, the elevator and the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above. Yes. I saw that. Countdown desk. Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. I won't exit yet. There's still so much to do. This is the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Office clock. Oh, it's back out there, okay. Boss's office. Screens for the development of the boss's office. Ooh. Imagine going to the boss's office, it looks like that. This is kind of cool. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Look at the two white parts right in the middle there, the two white circles. Look at them when I move. It's creepy. Ugh. Ugh. What's this? Have I been here? No. Where? The lounge. Underground. An elevator on the underground portion of the game. Hmm.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. They're throwing a surprise party for It's the kind of thing you pick up on intuitively if you have even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Stanley stood on the roof.
I gotta get it out of there. That's too much for me to handle. Oh my god. I go insane in there. This is peaceful, you know? I like this place. That's all this really... This is like a nice... Like, I like being in this world. I enjoy. Do you want to have a bad time? This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game, though much of the environment has changed. The basic layout from this book was still in the game. Do I put it in there? That's the emails. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. What's it say? I like work, I just hate my boss. Smile. I hate Mondays. Oh, it's been a nice little trip through the museum, I think. Had a good time in here.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Turn off your PlayStation.
What?
There's no other way to beat this game.
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
No.
Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
It's funny hearing turn off your PlayStation. It's like oh wow, you know, you always hear the one line when you play on the Steam, but it's like that's different. Just one second, I'm gonna go close my curtains. It's getting dark out. It is currently 8:33 p.m. and the sun is setting. It's starting to get dark. So one second. I'm back. Who needs free will when you can have a bucket? That is a bucket.
How
I mean,
wonderful.
what?
Stanley was alone. Finally.
I'm not
This is
alone. I
great,
just
he
got a
thought to
viewer
himself.
chat.
This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Makes sense soon enough. Okay. I gotta find the next computer that you put input into. I don't know. Yeah, I talked a bit about that at the beginning. I find it's my personal opinion, and you can disagree, that like I find I end up reading the subtitles first before the narrator actually delivers the line. So it kind of like it gives away the joke. At least that's what I remember it being like. Let's see, there's new content. I don't want to do that yet. I don't know. Okay. I got like, what do I got left? 1, 2. There's gonna be 2 endings this way that I still need to
When
do.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't think we're
This
gonna-
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Is the audio good, by the way? Like in terms of compared to my voice, is the game audio audible? I guess. Oh, the lounge, my favorite.
The lounge was grand,
Oh, God.
majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human. Yes, really, really.
I had to mute
worth it
myself, the
being
phone
here
was
in the
ringing.
room.
What is
You, but eager to
bleeding?
get back to business,
What?
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Am I bleeding? Uh. It's creepy. What's
And so
wrong
he
with you,
detoured
Stanley?
through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I think that's what this one is, right? I haven't played this game since like came out in like 2013. It might have been like 2014 I last played this game. So I think this is I wrote down everything, all the endings I could remember, and I'm gonna try to knock them all off. This is.
But Stanley didn't
Okay.
want to go back to the
That's the
office.
confusion, eh?
He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
Left.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
And the new
No,
content.
no, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on
What?
for a minute, please?
Is it in one of these doors? Can I lift this?
Now, let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right.
North, left,
Yep,
south,
okay, yes.
west.
I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely
Whoa.
this way.
Hey, I was right. Type of face punch? I'm playing with a controller. I don't know how I'd... So I can get to a keyboard somewhere. Wow. Who parked this thing here? How did this get here? Where would it go? Hmm. Hey, I've been here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick,
Ah.
Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
Look away.
We just have to get back to
It's tempting to
Who
peek.
am I kidding?
Okay.
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay. From the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. So it's a retext from the game with the face punch logo, the people that made GMO. Oh, Gmod.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted.
feel like I remember that
swear, I
face
definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on.
I'm just here
I'm
for the
asking
ride.
you. I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here
Toss it
somewhere.
away with one of your papers.
Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Oh.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
What came first? Was it this game or was it the Backrooms? Because I feel like the Backrooms was not around by this time. Like I feel like I might have taken inspiration from this. This is just. Ooh. Oh yeah, I know the 8. 8.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No, I'll find
I
it.
find it unlikely
It's
that we'll ever
gonna
progress
be-
by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
Who put coffee
Okay, let's give it
creamer
a
in
shot. Why not?
Why would you put coffee creamer there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. Backrooms as a theory came... Oh, Backrooms came first. What?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong.
Oh,
It's
go back,
possible
never
the
mind.
story is back where we just
Wait,
came
yeah?
from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
There are 8 cups? Oh my god. It's like subliminal like that, is it? Oh no. Okay, I'll try to keep my eye out for 8s. Then... Mondays...
Aha!
What the?
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Wait, what? Okay. But then...
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story.
What?
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh no! Oh, I'm... 432... Yeah, I saw 432's desk. Oh god. What happened here?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were
Bucket.
supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and
I
it
did.
really paid off. So,
Like 2
good
hours.
job.
Playing.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you. What?
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
What do you mean?
Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
I think I did well.
I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
God. 8 windows leading to the...
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get
8 windows
lost,
leading to the
I've
door. Okay, I'm
employed
gonna
the
count.
help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh my God, there is. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Following the line, by the way. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8! No. Who's playing solitaire? What? You're not busy, you're just looking busy. That's all you do is look busy. Before...
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's
I-
over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct
What?
of one's subjective experience of that existence,
That's
right?
cheating.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Yeah,
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
What is going on? Yeah. Oh my God, I'm getting dizzy. I can't get under there. Limbo. This way. Okay. Help me. Make it stop. No. Oh. What? Here, we'll play 4-3-2? What? What is that? Peer reviews? Financial? Oh, God. What was that in that way? I don't know. Anyway. This is where I came from?
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Not that one.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. Okay, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8! No, that's more than 8. I mean... Okay, fern. Remember the fern. So I'll keep an eye out for a fern, I guess.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is
Yeah.
any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, here it is.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
No! It's having so much fun. The line's still here.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
So the line touched the floor 8 times? It's too much for me. 1, 2, 3. It's 4 different separate sections of filing cabinets. 4 times 2 is 8. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Now,
7,
yes,
8.
this is
Oh, that's more than
exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to
God.
be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might
Oh,
be,
no.
Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Wait, what? What the heck? I can't. How does this work? Oh, that doesn't make sense. How am I here?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms.
Alright.
Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
Line? Never heard of it. Wait, the line touched the floor 8 times here? I mean, what line? I don't know about a line. So let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're right. And in the 2 doors room, 8 lights are turned. Oh my god. I can't. What is the purpose of 8? What does that have to do with anything? Okay, get out of here, line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
I'm gonna need to see your math on that one. Yeah.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
8?
That's really how all this
8
goes?
times?
It's all determined? So now,
It's been
according to
19
the
minutes.
schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
So that's being
Wall.
a storyline here.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to
By the
decide?
bookstore.
Why don't I get a say in all of
I wanna
this?
go to a
Is
bookstore.
it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting.
Yeah.
I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I
It
won't
didn't even matter.
do it.
The door's right here.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Yes.
The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know?
If I'd been a little faster,
Will
that would have been
someone come
20
for
on
us?
the dot.
Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait.
Oh,
you know,
Lord.
I suppose in some
can't
way
do-
that this is a kind of story.
I
Wouldn't
saw
you
your
agree?
math on that.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So
Right.
I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
No, this is the
Eventually. Well,
destination.
in the meantime, if you...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What did I have to do
Stanley
again?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I wanted to get to the bookstore. New content? I know you said, like, new content. I'm gonna wait on the new
Stanley
content
came to a
because
set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
I think... What was, There was one, I believe, that was this way.
Yet there was
What did you
not
say
a
was in
single person here either. Feeling a
8
wave
things
of
here?
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
There are 8 cups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... No, that's... Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to get back in. I need to go again.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The break room. Oh, the break room. Okay. So, the one here was...
Okay, I think we all...
Oh, there's the input. Oh. I can't remember what happens here. I just know that you get out of the room and there's something. What was that? Did something just move? Hey! What the heck? Easter egg hidden behind. Okay. You are now leaving. Finally! An exit. Escape pod bay, floor 760. 432. Alright, floor 760. And I can do a little climbing. My cardio in. Wait, what? 755. 432. Okay, 755. 755. 756. 432. Uh-huh. It's 432. 757. Something else. 758. 432. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Why? I've been here, but I haven't. But I have. 760. I just gotta get to 760. 760. 432. Okay, I don't know if I'm moving. I'm climbing. Oh, here we go. Finally. Escape pod launch bay. Yeah. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Finally. Oh, okay. I can never escape. Okay, that was the escape pod ending. I remember that now. I forgot what it was, but I knew that. So wait, okay. To get that, you go into the boss's office, but before the doors can close behind you, you run back out, and then you can go back, and that happens. I knew that you could do that, but
All
I
of his
forgot.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Also, there's something I found. I'm gonna go to a certain ending. Nah, not yet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I gotta stop at
Perhaps
the-
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Yes,
first,
that's
just
exactly
to
what I
admire
want
it.
to do.
And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room.
Va-va-voom. Va-va-voom. So, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
5, 6,
A room
7.
so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and
4,
some paintings.
5, 6,
Really worth it.
7, 8. You're right, there are 8. They're hidden, but there's 8.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years
Shut up,
ago.
I know what I'm doing. Alright, something I found. This is completely accidental. I stumbled upon this. You can kind of go around and jump down onto these boxes here and then go into that vent. And there's like a whole thing in there too. I don't know if you know about that, but it's one of the things I found in this new version. Oh god. Or maybe it was in the... I don't even know. Like, that might have been in the original version and I never found it, but that's like new to me. So, this game has an 8 on it and there are 8 forklifts. What? No! It's no! Why? Oh no. Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this,
I've
but
been
I
there.
really do want to help you.
I've
to
been
show
up
you
there.
something beautiful.
It's
Look,
not good.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Fine. It's much easier to access if you'd go to the new content. I want to, like, I'm going through all the original endings first, and then I'm going to go to the new content. I don't know what the new content is. Like, this is all stuff that I've seen, but it's been, God, nearly 10 years. Ugh. It's been nearly 10 years since I've seen this stuff, so I kind of want to, like, go through it all again. And then I'm going to do the new stuff. This is my plan. But I'm nearly done. I got, this one... And there's, unplug the phone. And there's like 2 endings where you climb out a window, I think. Somewhere.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay, red door.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Yep.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
It's nice.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Oh.
Right. Where were we? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Fine.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there, Just stay here.
No.
No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Ugh.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
Oh, maybe. Maybe not.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Ooh. Yeah, I remember when I played the game originally, I thought, like, there's gotta be something, so I idled in there for probably like an hour, and nothing ever came of it, so I gave up. But I know the baby game, there actually is something you get for doing 4 hours with a baby game. I tried that once, but I got half an hour in, and then the narrator accused me of using a bot, so I gave up because I was mad.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Big baby. Well, you want to see the room again? The big spooky room with the, oh, look at the pretty colors. Ooh. Ooh. Nah. I'm climbing those stairs. All the way to the tippy top. Who boarded that up?
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Better not. Yeah, the sound is so unbearable too. Wait, you actually did the 4 hours? Oh my god, how would you do that? I can't. Okay.
No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Fine. Ooh.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really
How did you
can.
sit there for
If we
4
stop
minutes?
moving, we just have to stop moving.
Stop moving. Make a move.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I guess yeah, that would be a way to do it. God, I might make that a stream actually. Just sitting down and doing the baby game for 4 hours. I might try to stream that.
No.
Why would I do that?
No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Sorry, you might start with that. Apologize? No? Right.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Maybe my legs don't work like they used to. What is that?
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Leave this place. Leave this place?
No, perhaps not.
I'm gonna climb those stairs again with my... Oh god. It's like Rocky Balboa. Every time I climb these stairs, it's harder than the
God.
last.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
Yes.
I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I don't know. I can't average 4 hours of new content for a stream. I can't even average 4 hours for a regular stream normally. Doing
I
exciting
wanted
things.
us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
it's not. Oh, my legs. I feel like gelatin. Bah. The narrator, this guy? After everything he's done to us? A fake out with the wife? Telling me to jump off the side because I could survive? Closing doors on me that I wanted to go through? Still not apologizing? Hello? Nah. I don't feel bad.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Yeah, I saw that. I was surprised. I was fully expecting Minecraft, and then suddenly I was in Firewatch. Huh?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Why did you call 434? Stanley? And what was, how did I... No, it was out this way, wasn't it? The next one? Wait. So that was before Microsoft bought Minecraft. Yeah, I suppose this probably be harder to license it now. I feel like Minecraft's more popular than ever though, so having that be the game they go to. Oh, here we go. And now I go on the phone. Yeah.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
What a
So,
game
now that
for
you're here,
insightful
what do you think?
structure.
Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Fun and
Why
unique.
don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Yes.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich.
4 hours.
Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Yep.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then.
Yep.
Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
Oh, no.
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible.
No.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Oh.
You too will become quite unbearable.
There's no coming back from this. Those were absolute burrs that just got spit in my face. And I have nothing to say. What else can I do? It's all up to you. Restart the game and bid fair. Adieu. Don't understand that ending. It's just commentary on, you know, games presenting options to you, but also being completely powerless with your options. You know, it's like anything in this game. It's just commentary on game design, and you know, this is so boring. The point is to make you quit, but you don't quit because you're so glued to just getting an extra bit of content, even though the content is just content telling you to quit. it's just very meta stuff. In the game again. What the heck? So whenever I want to go back to button.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think there's a lot of memos I missed, judging by what's on the floor here. It's a little concerning. Wasn't there a... What was it for?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
I gotta look that
Nor
up.
did it advance the story in any way.
Stanley Parable. Uh... Okay, something about...
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
Oh, welcome back. Just... and some little tiny little things.
Ah, no, apparently not.
What was... there was one... Yeah, okay.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No.
Yeah.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks?
Yes.
Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
Yeah, they did.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Oh my god. In the museum ending too, when normally the missus said you have to turn off your computer, she said turn off your PlayStation. It was really cool actually. They got all these people back just to do these like subtle changes. $50.
No. I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost.
Yeah.
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417? Isn't that where I just was?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
4, 3. Where's that? That's back here. Okay, 3s are this way. 4, 3. No. 3, 6. Ah!
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
10 clicks on 415. Where's that? Is it in the new content? No. Here we go.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
The what? That?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Give me the trophy.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419? This... okay.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416? Huh? Which one's that? This? 416. 426. 416. 417. Four one six. 418. 417. Okay, so... okay. I looked it up. This was door 416, but now it's new content. So what I have to do... you can still do this. I have to...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
416. I have to go...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Welcome back. So, I'm trying to do that thing where you do the achievement by clicking the doors, but, door 416.
Here's the door.
Okay. So I have to go back now. So you have to go there, then you have to go back. Yeah, there's no door 416 anymore, so you have to go back after doing that. And now it's 416.
We've almost got it!
Yes!
Now the copy machine, do that one again!
There we go, there we go.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
Oh, that's back here, that's back here.
Yeah!
Let's go!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Thank you. I don't want to do that ending again, so I'll just restart.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Who? Oh, no. Okay, follow that. Follow that. You're not following me now. Get out of here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
What? It's more than okay. It's great.
But
It was
eager to
okay.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It was okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot
Wrong
here.
foot.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
I've been having
There's
fun.
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I wonder what will happen.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that?
Huh?
You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
I'm not so
picking
sure
up
that's
the
what
phone
happens.
is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible.
What?
I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Yeah.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices,
What?
you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
I thought you saw
Or
me
did
pick
you
up the
not
controller in the
grasp
broom closet.
The severity of the situation.
That
Well,
guy
I won't
died.
have
His
that kind
body's
of
still
risk on
here,
my
by the way. I
watch.
don't know what to do with the
I'm
body.
going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
I took
Please
over.
observe this helpful instructional
You told me
video.
to.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having...
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
8?
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Okay.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
8.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as
Fear the
soon as
Walking
possible
Dead.
before the narrative contradiction gets any worse.
It all got
Unfortunately, it seems this
downhill.
case is not well equipped to deal with reality.
8. Ah. Employee lounge.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Oh, fine. I'll go to your weird ending.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. What am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it?
Yes.
To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do?
8.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
No!
I have to. I'm still here in this pile of rubbish, with you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
I didn't do this.
Did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't
Stanley
even
died in the
occurred to
room
you,
closet.
had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story.
I don't.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
It was 8,
Night
8,
Shark
8, 8.
115.
Oh.
Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code.
Night Shark.
Night Shark 115.
Night
He
Shark
spoke it into the receiver
115.
right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115. Night
I'm
Shark
sorry, is there a problem?
115.
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver.
NIGHTSHARK
Otherwise,
115.
step.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine.
Night Shark
You're not going to
115.
do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his
I
choices.
tried my
He knows
best.
what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know.
I didn't
You
have
could
any
gone through
choice.
the door on the right. You
I
could
did.
have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward.
I don't have any choice.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
There you go. Okay, one more time I'm going to
All
try
of his co-workers were gone.
a speed
What
run.
could it mean?
Because I think that's a
Stanley
trophy.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
End of the game, normal, follow the instruction
When
path.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
As fast as possible.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Speed run.
Here's the door, just go.
Speed run, speed run, speed run.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Speed run, speed run, speed run, speed run.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Fast!
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
There's a body on the right for a second. I was like, why is that there?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Speed run.
But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided... blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
It's not Speedy.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Speed run.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go,
Speed run.
or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
It's called the speed run. Alright. I think it's finally time.
Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes. I think it's finally time. I can't remember any endings that I have not done now. That's where to go.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I don't know. Find out.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Thank you.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's go.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
What? You're out of jumps. Please spend $5 to get more jumps. Oh. I unplug this.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Maybe. Oh no.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yes.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Sure. Uh-oh.
Stanley, Come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
What is it? Coffee nut? Ooh.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh, Elden Ring.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation
2013.
port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh man. What's that? Aww.
Je suis dans la memory zone, seul sur la pluie de l'eau, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It's down here. What's that? It's like Petscop or something.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Well. Where to next? Hello?
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
I don't know.
Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
It was fine. You know, it was good enough. Everything doesn't have to be perfect.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you make... Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Stop talking.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley,
Oh, no.
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the... Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life.
Sounds like a you problem.
All of them.
Hello? Is he dead? Where'd he go?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed. They gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then,
cares?
he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of
People put
accountability.
too much
It's the
weight
unwillingness
into
to examine
reviews.
with
Oh,
an
this game only got a
uncompromising
7 out
heart
of 10.
the
Only a
word
7
that
out
they
of
are
10. That's
speaking
a
into the
good
world.
review. That means it's a
As though there were
good
no
game. It
consequences
doesn't need to
for
be
a
9 out
lack
of
of
10. It doesn't need to be
cohesion in
10 out of
one's
10.
assessment of
7 out of
others.
10
But
is
of
good
course,
enough. 6 out of 10
absolutely
is
anyone
good
can
enough.
leave a
That
review.
doesn't mean it's a
So
bad
here's what
game.
we get.
It's a good
We get
game.
these
Why do
demands that
people
seek
put so much
everything and are accountable
weight
to
into these
nothing.
reviews?
We get a
Any
world where
thing
someone will
comes
say, "Oh,
you,
there should be a skip
IGN
button.
can give it a
You
7 out
should
of
be
10. That
able
means
to
it
free
sucks. No, that
Stanley
means it's
in
a good
place
game.
while the narrator
It's not
sits there
one of the
forever
best
and
games of
ever."
all
We
time,
want
but
all
it's a
of
good
this in the
game.
new
That doesn't
Stanley
discredit
Parable. We
its goodness.
demand
If
it,
you
and then
shut
because
up.
it was said. The end is never the end, 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 is never the
Water and time can destroy anything. Set it back to its natural, of course. Yeah, like that. Hello? Oh. Oh. Finally. Oh. Where did life go? Hello? I'm starting to wonder if the future is a good thing. I mean, that's bad. I kind of want to go back to when there's a plant. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh no. Oh no. Is there any life left on the planet? Hello? Is anyone out there?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Yeah. new content. Really?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New content. I'm sorry for what I did. I mean, not really, but maybe. I mean, it sounds like a pretty awful fate what you went through. But I mean, what I saw.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Takes the sequel. I don't have any money.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Just the two of us. Huh? Oh. I'm time to wake up. New mug. What happened to fuel? Do you still have fuel? Never underestimate coffee enjoyers. We left there. Caught by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Ah, yeah, faces a... More synergy? Oh. New mug. How long could it stay new before it becomes an old mug? Don't talk to me before I've had a sequel. They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Oh my god, there's so much here now.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
What the heck?
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I'm Jim.
Jim.
Yes!
I
You
mean,
see? What a thrill!
me.
What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I'm Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Gimme. Alright. That was fun. I have to be Jim for a moment. Jimbo's beer bows.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
A button that says Jim. Epilogue, no thanks. There's no screenshots. Is this The Shining? Jump circle infinite hole? Bucket. It just works? Oh, it just works. Why it looks cursed? What is that? Oh no, it looks so cursed. Leave or receive your new trophy. No more steps. It just works. So.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Infinite hole. Try finger?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Okay.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
No. I want... Infinite hole. Where's the infinite hole? The jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I should have kept some jumps. No jumps remaining player tiers. It is sad. Alright, let's see. Infinite hole. I wonder what kind of... If you had to dig a hole through the earth, is there a possible way to make a hole that would be infinite? Based off the gravity? Because no matter where you are, down would be towards the core. You don't want to go towards the core.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
It's like Portal, except... Wasn't there like a show, Cyber Chaser, Under or something, where... What's... King. King was the show. Where there was an infinite hole and they had to go down the infinite hole. And... Because that was a place that people moved. Like, oh, I'm gonna go live in the infinite hole, the bottomless pit. And they jumped down into it, and then they just lived down there for eternity. And they had to bungee jump down there with a, a long cord, and try to catch up with them and do something with them before they got too deep. It's actually kind of scary. Can I ever get back out? You're up here now. This is so warm and comforting. And nice. How do I see through? But then you go here, it's like, there's a curiosity about what's in there, but there's no going back. And once you're down there, you might wish that you never jumped down there in the first place. You might want to come back up here. But then you can't, it's too late. Oh, well, all his other stuff was broken. This is probably broken too.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
Who's smoking down
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Yes.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Uh-oh.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
No.
It's a win for everyone.
No.
You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
No.
Take care, Stanley.
Let me out.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
No. Uh. Oh no. 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 I don't want to be in the hole anymore. No. Oh no.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger.
I am error.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh,
Huh?
good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
I don't want to go back.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I'll look at the bucket.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
What's a mug here? Oh my, do I have this bucket forever now? Oh no.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Curious. Oops. StanleyParable2.com. This is an actual website. Okay, I'll look at that later. I gotta figure out like how much more content there actually is, because I'm... It's decorations? Mostly Infinite Hall? So. Merch. Settings, World Champion. Epilogue, Collectibles, Infinite Hole. Settings, World Champion. Hashtag. Okay, I'm there. Collectibles. 89. Okay. That's new, I think. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay. Stanley.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Alright, let's see where else. Settings World Champion. So it's gonna be around this corner to the left. No. Settings World Champion. this map, I'm right here. I'm looking at this. Turn to my left. Where is it compared to the hole, the jump? N. So it's on the other side of this. What do you mean? Was it up there? Oh. It's up. How do I get up there? What? Oh, okay. If you can't tell, I'm running out of things to do. I've been streaming for 4 hours, over 4 hours. I'm getting tired. It's late, but I kind of want to see everything. Settings World Champion. Okay. That's new.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
What? Okay, where's the exit? I've been here long enough. Where's the exit? Come on. Exit is E. It's over there? Huh.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yes.
Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh. Well, you know something? I think this is a good place to call the stream. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 12 minutes. I've already streamed for 2 hours today. So this is like 6 hours total of a stream, of streaming today, which I think is a record for me, so. I gotta check what's my longest VOD. I gotta see. This 254 is pretty long for me. I think there's a Fortnite plus Elden Ring combined that got pretty long for me. But longest total would probably have been Spooky's Jump Scare, which is 4 hours 14 minutes. And I'm 4 hours 13 minutes right now, so this is gonna be the longest single stream I've done. But yeah, I'm not gonna. So the way the PlayStation 5 works is if I just like, you know, go to the home screen now and then put the console into sleep mode, when I come back, I'll open the game up and this will be here. Exactly where I left off. So even if this is like, you know, whether this is actually the Stanley Parable 2, or it's just part of a gag that I'm in the middle of that I'm just, for some reason, cutting out, I don't know. That's the thing, I don't know if this is real, if this is, you know, if I'm going to go this and it's like, oh, see, it's Stanley Parable 2, and that's part of just the original game. I don't know. But, we'll find out. I don't know if tomorrow, Thursday, maybe? I'm not sure. But we'll find out. So, thank you for watching. Respawn Boy with a 3 instead of E and 4 instead of A. I appreciate you being here for a bit. I think they're gone now, but they're here for a bit and chatting and stuff, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much for being here. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to the Ultra Deluxe new content stuff, but it is what it is. I wanted to see everything, all the original stuff again first, so I'm glad I got to. Anyways, take care, and have a good day. And I'll be back later for the Stanley Parable 2? I don't know what this is. Alright, see ya. I'm still like okay, the reason I'm not freaking out about this is I don't know this is real. If I come back and I find out this is real, I'm gonna be like, what the heck, you know, like but I don't know if this is real. I don't know if this is a gag or if this is real. But maybe I'll find out later. Alright. Bye-bye for real now. Longest stream I've done yet.